Unstoppable Stiletti again, and we got ourselves a nice set of Casted Wars Liberty recordings to look at today. About 2 days ago, Gilder submitted some recordings that he said he thought that the games were interesting. Yes, the games were interesting. So I figured if Gilder thinks that they're interesting, then they're probably interesting, and you should probably watch them if you want to see interesting stuff. If you like boring stuff, go watch something else, but if you want to see interesting games, then Gilder has confirmed that these recordings will be interesting. Isn't that great? Interesting. Well, actually, all the games are interesting, otherwise I wouldn't cover them, but still, I mean, I take his word for it that they're interesting, so yeah. Let's look at the interesting games together today. Definitely. So yeah, totally. I'm going to share the stream with a few Discord servers that might find it interesting, and then we'll get to the interesting games, according to Gilder, which are then interesting. Yes. How was your day? Was it interesting? I hope it was. Hopefully every day of yours is interesting. Mine was certainly interesting because I had to deal with the snow again out there. But thankfully, the neighbor people nearby, just who happened to have a plow available, noticed I was out there and decided to clear the whole front for me. So that was good. All the ice and stuff that probably would have taken me 5 to 6 hours to do otherwise, which I don't have time for because I have to stream interesting games for you. So yeah, that ended up working good for everybody. Very nice. Let me see. Rest of the servers here, and then we can begin. So it was about 4 recordings in total that he submitted that he called interesting. We still have a ton of Nathan games, particularly that we have to go through still. I don't know the exact number, but it is a lot. It is mucho, mucho, mucho. And it would be good if we get through most, if not all of them, before a new hotfix is out. So that way I don't have to keep this patch alive to do those. Yeah, it'd make things go super, super swell if I could get that done ahead of time. Yeah, totally. So yeah, my goal is to get this all done as soon as humanly possible so we don't have to worry about. Things go super easy peasy lemon squeezy. So who doesn't love fresh squeezed lemon, man? It's delicious. Oh, I love fresh squeezed lemon. Do you love fresh squeezed lemon? I love fresh squeezed lemon. Sounds like the kind of corny stuff my computer science professor used to say. No, I'm serious. He used to do that because it would be like 6:30 at like night in the evening. People were all tired and wanted to go home and stuff. Like why is our university literally forcing us to take a night class for 4 hours when all the other majors get to end their classes during the afternoon? I'm like, well, I think he explained it once. He said literally our program, and I've explained this probably like a year ago. Our program didn't get a lot of funding, so they kind of stuck us in the back. It made us take the horrible hours where all the biology and chemistry majors got the good hours. Yeah, that's really nice when you are in one of the most growing fields at the time, and they still treated you like trash. I think it was because there was much better CS programs in Harvard and Boston University and stuff, and ours was just sort of secondary. So yeah, probably all the CS people went there, and thus our program kind of just went to the backside. But it's fortunate that we had one. It's good. Yeah, that's a good title. Yeah, games Gilder found interesting. Yeah, I mean, there must be some really interesting games then, right? At least I hope so. Otherwise, he'll lose credibility as an interesting game finder then. I mean, if anyone's good at finding interesting games, it's me, because I do them like almost every day nowadays, right? Oh yeah, no, we look at interesting games every day. I mean, nobody said, hey, they're not interesting, they're boring games. They're definitely interesting. Whether you find them interesting or not, I don't know, but I think they're interesting. Just like it's interesting how I had to take the 6:30 evening classes at university when everybody else got to go home early. That was real interesting, especially since it was computer science, so I should have been the most interesting candidate there. Not, I don't even know who was like being us for that competition. Was it like psychology, sociology, art history? Imagine giving priority to an art history course over a computer science one. That's so bad. Yeah, there's a lot of fields out there in art history, man. So many you can't even count them, man. Art history. Art history. Oh, we combine history and art together to make art history. Just write a bunch of papers about art. Or stuff like that. Work in a museum. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's the one thing I say they get wrong with universities for sure is they rarely ever talk to students directly and say, hey, by the way, if you go to university for this thing, you're probably going to end up unemployed and living inside a homeless shelter. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. Like, nobody ever does that. They're like, oh, that's fine. Go for it. If you're interested, it's probably cool. Yeah, it's cool until working at McDonald's. Well, probably not even working at McDonald's because all the people that went to McDonald's out of high school are probably the managers, and you're just, stuck at the fry station feeding, not me because I don't like McDonald's, but somebody else that clearly loves McDonald's and probably ordering 50 chicken sandwiches and cheeseburgers and french fries and nuggets. So yeah, that's what you get to look forward to then. A life of flipping burgers and frying french fries. Making sure you get enough salt on them so the customer doesn't complain. Yeah, I don't go to McDonald's. I go to Wendy's or Dairy Queen or Burger King or a number of other places, but I won't go to McDonald's. When I was a little kid, I used to go to McDonald's. But I've definitely found better places to go than McDonald's. Just saying. If you want fast food, you don't go to McDonald's. You go to like Wendy's or Burger King or something like that. Yeah, if you're going to McDonald's, you're... No offense to Big Soprano that had to work there either, but McDonald's just isn't my thing. Might be for you. Maybe you wanna argue with it in chat why you think McDonald's is the best. Go for it. But I just like they have what I have over at the Wendy's place. Not that I can afford it now. I definitely can't afford it right now because of financial stuff. But if I could afford it, I would say yeah, probably. I would go to Wendy's or Dairy Queen. Dairy Queen burgers are really good. As well as I like the Burger King flame broiled ones too. Yeah, but definitely Dairy Queen burgers are something else entirely. I love their flamethrower ones with the hot sauce and stuff. That's good. That's a good piece of meat. Plus, they make my favorite chicken strips too, so that's good. Definitely, if you knew what a chicken strip basket was at Dairy Queen, you would never go back to McDonald's again. I guarantee you would never go back to McDonald's again. And this is only for people in America, right? If you're unfortunately in another part of the world, you're probably stuck in McDonald's or some weird local variant. I don't know the quality of it, so I couldn't tell you yes or no to it. But hey, at least it's food, I guess. Hopefully, no mystery meat. I mean, if you want mysteries, watch Scooby-Doo on the Boomerang channel. Don't be getting inside your chicken patties. Yeah, you definitely don't want that. It's definitely not the place that you wanna, get that stuff basically. Sagway Black, effective way to beat Mexican outlaws and almond builds. Sagawai is learning how to beat the almonds in Mexico, Baja California revolts. What kind of S tier player has he become? I don't know. That's some dedicated skill, my friend. Wow, good work. If you can figure that out, you can go places in life. I guarantee you, man. You're gonna be a legend one day if that's what you're doing now. Oh, you're gonna be a prodigy. Total prodigy. more server and then we're all set. It was interesting talking about, burgers and french fries and lack of funding in college courses. But yeah, let's get into the first recorded game here. Chile versus USA, right? Let me pull that up right now. It's showing, right? Yeah, cool. Cool. Is anyone here to watch it live, or are you just... Okay, there are people here watching live. That's good. Alright, let's open it up then. Okay, let's do it. Chile versus USA. It's not every day we analyze basic wars liberty sims outside the Middle East, so here we go. Chile versus USA. Honestly, it's a pretty okay matchup, too. I mean, I don't think they really overpower each other, per se, so it should be an even match. So, Gildao is just Gilder in, the Portuguese-Brazilian tongue, since Gilder's from Brazil, of course, and he's facing off against Nathan here, playing as USA. So, Gilder's Chile versus Nathan's USA. So yeah, here we are. What's the map? Great Plains? Great Plains is nice. It's the map we see all the time in Definitive Edition tournaments, especially the PK tournament. You probably know this map like your heart at this point, because you've probably seen me cover it like a bajillion times by now if you watch the PK of tournament. If you haven't watched that yet, check it out. It was a big event, and I covered like every recording possible for that thing that didn't out of sync and stuff. It was like insane. Yeah, and I even got paid to do it too. So yeah, I think it's the only time I ever got explicitly paid to cast a AoE3 tournament. I would gladly do it again too, because I can always use the funds. But yeah, no, totally. That was really cool. And if they're doing that one next year, I'll happily cover that one too. But anyways, here we are. USA setting up their pioneers. I think statistically they're similar to the Pilgrim villagers on the Plymouth map. Chile, they get a whole different type of villager called the Rotos. Rotos are very different than regular villagers. So, at the base, they are pretty much the same as any other villager, but as you upgrade them with like hunting dogs, wood chopping, mining upgrades, as well as mill and plantation stuff, the villager will cost more resources when you research those techs for it, because those techs will also affect the Chilean villager 50% more. Right, so hunting dogs for these Rotos improves their hunting rate by 15% instead of 10. For, I think, steel traps, it's like 20-25%. Something above average. It's really good. I mean... And it leads to sort of a weird situation with Chile, where you gotta kind of choose. If I'm going to upgrade my units now, I better not lose my vills. They better not get raided, right? I would suggest that you get your base covered up and protected before you even think about upgrading the Rotos. Because if you get all those ecotechs and the vills just die within a number of minutes, hey, you're dead, because you won't be able to recover that economy at all. So it can get pretty tricky. Kind of have to discern that, I think, honestly. Yeah, here we are with the Chilean deck. See what we got here. Okay, so you got 3 Rotos here. You also have Finca. This is a card we don't always see. Mills and plants are cheaper, and their upgrades cost less. So it kind of combines a bit advanced mill and plantation into one, sort of, while also making the upgrades also cheaper. So if you're in a situation where there's no more hunts and mines, you want to quickly pivot into late game economy, that's the card you want to send, Finca. Not everybody uses it, some people can just work their macro without it, but if you feel like it would help you, Finca is an okay option, because it helps you get the buildings up quicker and then get them up to speed with upgrades like ASAP. Yeah, totally. What else do we have here that's interesting? We got Sociedad de la Igualdad. Villagers train faster by 3%. Gils, Escopeteros, mostly an aggressive H2 with a couple of military upgrades. Ogre Solitielo. That's pretty normal. What immigrant colony, though? German Wave? Yeah, a lot of people like German Wave. Probably because it plays very similar to the Governor Politician in the 5th edition. Basically giving you gold and Outpost Wagon. So yeah, people by default will always go German immigrants just because they like the age up bonus and it feels very comfy and familiar. I would say though, this is just me because we're on Great Plains here. You actually want to go Arab immigrants because Arab immigrants will give you a trading post rickshaw that you can put right onto here. So a bit of a mistake there actually going with Germans. You should be going Arabs. I go Arabs all the time just because I prefer their military unit, the Gallego, over the stuff the Germans offer. But that's just me. But yeah, no, I would do it for the trade reason as well. And what is USA agent up as, by the way? It's going up with James Madison Confederacy. Alright. So Louisiana Tigers is the unique unit that he will gain. With United States and any other sort of Anglo-American type civs in this mod, they get a factional system where you pick one faction, you get a certain unique unit, you pick another faction, you get another unique unit. And then every individual politician like James Madison has their own unique technology. So, yeah, Egypt's can be pretty complex for these United States, Canada, and Australia civs. Big time. Also, USA gets a unique market here, the General Store. General Store not only has regular market functionalities, it lets you pick up a major company later on in the industrial age. Is it called a major company or big company? Let me see what it's called. A great company. Yeah, it's a great company. Yeah, stuff like Coca-Cola, Tiffany Diamonds, Levi Jeans, John Deere tractors. Yeah, you know, American brands you've probably seen on American Pickers and Pawn Stars, that sort of stuff. Yeah. Or just walking down the street if you're a gringo like me. Yeah. And, you know, I've been in a real general store before. They still have them where I am. They're just very rare. General stores were basically the type of stores that you had before supermarkets, where you could basically buy anything there. You know, it wasn't just groceries, it was also hardware. Anything that you would buy in a store would be in that one location. Because, you know, places outside the urban east really didn't have a lot of room to, like, have a lot of, like, shops and stuff. So you only had, like, one place to buy everything, basically. Some places up in the north, like New Hampshire, still got them. But they're very rare. And most of them have shut down since, you know, nearby communities have opened up their own supermarkets that they can drive to. And, yeah. Competition basically, because if you're going to choose between a supermarket and a general store, you're going to go to the supermarket because, you know, the supermarket has more options for you. General store you might only go to for nostalgia purposes, and that's why a few of them still exist, because people still like the nostalgic look of the place. And also I think some of them have gotten smart and like have a place to make you like sub sandwiches and heat you up pizza and stuff. So yeah, they kind of found a way to discern themselves over at least some of the supermarkets. But yeah, right now, okay, it looks like Gilder might be going Fast Fortress. Is that right? Is he? Well, he's picking up his gold crate card. 800 coin, by the way. Yeah, Chile also gets an extra 100 resource crate with their cards, too. So, yeah. It's actually 800 coin and not 700 coin. And likewise, 600 coin is actually 700 coin when you're playing as Chile. Right. Yeah, and it applies with all cards too. So if you look at the Escobatero, you'll get a 100 wood crate. Yongueos will give you a 100 food crate. Villagers 100 food. This will give you 100 wood. This will give you 100 gold. Yeah, it works exactly like that. Some of them will even give you like a 100 XP crate too. So be on the lookout for that. Today's opening Lanciero. I think that's a decent idea. But what is Nathan doing, though? It really depends on his plan. So he's going to Louisiana Tiger, which is an assault unit. So basically a foot cavalry unit that does range damage. It's really the same as the mounted infantry of the House of Habsburg in the 5th edition, for those that play D, except he's on foot, you know, instead of on horseback. So yeah, really it's just a speedy unit that does multipliers against infantry at range. Yeah, and I think this sort of assault class was even inspired by the 5th edition's mounted infantry for the Habsburgs. So yeah, no. Pretty much what you're supposed to do with these guys is try to scoot and shoot, you know, kite units and run. The one thing that gives them a bit of an advantage here against these Lanceros is the fact that they have hand armor, since they're part of the assault tag. So they can like tank some of the melee damage from these Lanceros, only taking about like 18, 17 damage or something. What's the TC? You should re-aim that TC around to hit those Lancieros possibly, or at least take out that Explorer with the Tigers first. Yeah, get that Explorer down so that way your TC will focus on the Lancieros, because Lancieros are very expensive. So if you can like take them out quickly, you're gonna kind of hold down Gilder a bit. And that's why he's probably pulling out right now, actually, because he knows I can't waste too many Lancieros here. I kind of have to get what makes sense and then take off a bit. Oh, look there, he's got about 4 Huevos there. Let's see what he's screwing and shooting. Back up, back up, back up. Watch out for your Vills. It's not quite safe. You might want to try to herd those hunts in if you can. I know it's a bit tough because it's a non ESOC map, so the hunts are a little bit spaced out, but you should still try to. And so the Louisiana Tigers are now trying to... Oh, they do take out one Lanciero, but now you got the other Lancieros on your tail. But thankfully, you got the TC helping you. TC should cut them apart rather easily. Should be quite good. Oh man, yeah, look at that. Trying to scoot and shoot. That's insane. Here comes the Spearman now. Right over there. Crazy. Yep, get those Lancieros. Get that one. Perfect. And then there's another Lancio there. Get those Spearmen on that one. And then send the Spears onto the other Lancio. Great. That was like a pretty good defense. So what's Gilder up to? Is he going to keep up with Lancio, or is he going to focus on aging up? He's getting a barracks now, so he might be pivoting into Civico, the Battalion Civicos, the Chilean muskets. Basically kind of on the weak side at range, but like godlike in melee, with extra multipliers and stuff, and then the even ability to drink some of their Juanito alcohol, the Chublica del Diablo mode, and then they end up doing multipliers against infantry instead of cav when in that mode. It runs super fast. Yeah, no, they're Juanitos muy locos, basically. The Batallones Cívicos. Well, he's gonna keep up going Lanciero, it looks like. Yeah, he's gonna keep going Lanciero. I mean, in the end, I think Mass Lanciero might work, but you're gonna have to spend a ton of resources on that. Mucho comida and mucho dinero. You're gonna spend a lot on it, so I don't know if you want to do that or not. Could be a bit complicated. But we'll see. We'll see if it is or it isn't. I saw something there. Alright, that's fine. I'm kind of gonna ignore that for now. On the Mikey. A little bit of a stain or something. Should be alright. There's about 5 Lancieros. Very good. Right, there's the Spearman there in the Louisiana Tigers. The Spontooners start thrusting into one day Lancieros. Okay, the Tigers will pursue a bit. It's a very small, minute army, and I think Gilder could take it on head on now. I think he just doesn't want to lose any HP and have the Vills join in because they're so close. Yeah, because not only that, I mean, Nathan also picked up his Louisiana purchase card. This one gives him a reasonable food trickle, one on the same level as Colbertism, and also some free Courier de Bois, about 3 of them. Plus he just shipped in 4 mining villagers, from the campaign. They work exactly the same. They have like good melee, and then they have the dynamite throw. So yeah, you don't want to mess with them either. So it looks like right now, Nathan is just defending these Lanciero raids, the best visibility. Oh, so Nathan just got some Spontooners out of the barracks. The Anglophony Spearman. And ripped apart their 2 Lancieros and probably a 3rd one too. Would be shocked if that one escaped. Yeah, he doesn't. He could have escaped, but he's like. Did you see how he stalled there for some reason? Ended up losing 3. Now all the Vills are on silver. Pick up some coin. Because he just aged up with Benjamin Palmer, another Confederacy politician. And he'll gain access to the Texas Ranger Cavalry. The Texas Ranger, of course, is a dragoon. That replaced its artillery multipliers for heavy infantry ones, making it kind of more or less an anti-musket unit and anti-hussar unit more than anything, making it quite good. Yeah, so that should be great. Picking up the second wood chopping tech at the market as well should be helpful. What else is Guild again, actually, because I see Gilder is also aging up. He's going to get the first Croatian wave. It's going to give him a ton of wood. He'll also unlock access to their immigrant skirmisher there. The Cazador de Indios. That should give him a strong solid skirmisher there that can counter natives as well. So yeah, I'll be on the lookout for that too, basically. That's a lot of Civicos there. Insane. Muchos Civicos. If we can spam Civicos, that could also be helpful. Maybe not so much because there's Louisiana Tigers there, but still, it's a nice, decent backbone unit they can mass up, so we'll see if it ends up coming to that, basically. Oh, nice. Lancieros attacking the Likevs. Should be able to beat them since they outnumber, basically.
Listo. Atento.
Making a swap over to the Vivanderas. Kind of a weaker skirmisher that can heal units. So removing your need for priests in most situations. Because they're epic healing ability.
Comandante.
¿Qué pasa? Ordene.
Aún tenemos patria, ciudadano. La contienda es desigual.
So it looks like you got Texas Rangers, Tigers, and a batch of filibusters facing off against Vivenderos and Cívicos. Plus a batch of Lancieros running wild through the United States base looking for any vills that they can find. Yep, these filibusters are simply just early game skirmishers, so there's nothing too special to them. But yeah, they got some really good, decent multipliers for early skirm units, basically. So, very helpful. Yeah, I just built the. Looks like Gilda built the artillery foundry, so he might be doing artisanal cannons there too. Possibly even Pedreros to counter cannons. Yeah, Nathan hasn't made any cannons yet, so that would probably be an offensive move towards artisanal cannons, I would assume, for Gilder. Right now, he's just doing Lanciero, Vivendera, and Civico. Kind of mixing all three together. Sort of like rock, paper, scissors. You know, the Civicos will deal with the Cav. Vivenderos will deal with the heavy infantry, and then the Lancieros will deal with the light infantry and the cans. Oh, wait a minute, no, he did get a shipment of 2 Whitworths there. So yeah, that might be what the foundry is for. You might get some Pedrero mortars to try to blast them from long range, which would be a good idea. Okay, the Spontooners are moving forward, likely trying to get a snare on the Chilean units. Let's see if that snare ends up doing anything. Looks like Gilder's trying to find a position to hold his ground and maybe move those Lancieros a bit to where they need to go, basically, yeah. I think the Vivaderos can beat that because they like each 3 skirms. Plus, you could take his Savicos too and put them into Diablo mode, and then they could do some anti-infantry multis as well. Or you could just keep him in range. That's fine too for now. Yeah, it gets it done, really. Looks like a raid's gonna happen there. Yeah, no, Vils will fall. One has already fallen. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Shay making a bit of progress. Gonna do more Sabicos and add some additional cannons in too. Unless he's getting the desert combat. Benefits the Battalion Savico and the Vivanettas together. So benefits both of the main infantry units that Gilder has been making here perfectly. So yeah, really good synergy card to this comp basically. So far, I think Gilder has the proper comp here. It's got a nice mix of skirmish, heavy, and artillery in the back. Should be able to push forward there. Depends on what Nathan's doing, though. Is Nathan... Alright, he's pulling in more slave villagers for gold. Which, going with the CSA politician early, will let you do. Divide your villager eco between regular pioneers and slaves, with the only difference being the resource cost to train them. Yeah. Okay, here comes those Texas Rangers. They're going to go into melee against the cannons, which are pretty decent at. Wiping out 3 of them already. Wow. Nice, nice, nice. How about that one there? Get another one maybe? I don't think so. Pretty good push there. Yeah, no, totally. For Whitworths, try to get a 5th one if you can. Every bit of artillery you can get can help here. It's a nice spot in the back, so you know they won't get sniped on too early. What's with those light cav there in those waves? That's about 8 cannons. Looks like Nathan might have to use his Whitworths there to try to hit him from long range if he could possibly can, since Whitworths clearly are range artisanal cans. He threw one in the front to act as the decoy to let the others push back. Oh, but Nathan... oh, God. Gilder got another one. And Nathan's forced to retreat with the other 3, basically. Or risk losing all of his proper defenses there. This is the second TC of Gilder's Chile. It's got about 2 haciendas already set up there in the plantation. Yeah, in Wars of Liberty, haciendas are just renamed mills. None of that cool functionality the Definitive Edition has for the Mexican Civ, sadly. I mean, they could do that one day, maybe, but it would definitely be pretty interesting, to say the least. Alright, here's the Krupp steel cannons from the German immigrant colony. Yeah, you can make special units from these immigrant colonies in battalions that cost 1 shipment. So they're really thought to be like unit cards with infinite sendability. So, like, you know, you have like infinite 6 Hussars with like Wars Liberty Sweden and stuff. Kind of the same idea here. This is like an infinite Krupp steel can shipment that you can send again and again for 1 shipment. These cans here are kind of hybrid between culverins and mortars. They sort of have both functionalities, basically. In the first 3 ages, they basically are going to be good against artillery mostly, but in industrial age, they gain an anti-building attack too, making them good siege units as well, basically.
Ordene.
Another neat tip and trick I'll teach you as well is every time you age up into the industrial age, your battalions will also include more units too. So if Gilder tried to like send this Krupp steel can thing in age 4, he would actually get 3 cans instead of 2, which is something you should always keep in mind. So if you ever want to like send these immigrant battalions out, try to get them in the later ages if you can. But if you need them early on, they can obviously be great supports too. It also reduces your needs for having as many unit cards in your home city as possible. So you can focus on other areas like economy, which is great. And upgrades, of course, too.
Listo.
Alright. Looks like that will push Nathan back a bit. Oh, Nathan's attacking up here with light calves. Interesting. He's got all his cannons and tigers here, though. Probably ready to defend, right? I would say Nathan should pick up specialist class on these Louisiana Tigers to get their stats up by 20%. Private upgrade is just a 10% upgrade. You're going to want specialists to get 20%. Basically, the main thing about United States Civ that you need to know about is they get extra techs for like everything. So extra eco techs, extra military techs. It's really crazy how many upgrades they get. If you get them all, USA generally is going to have like the most upgrades in those areas, which can be very helpful. Oh, he went industrial age. And let me see. What can he ship? He's got... Yeah, get the sharpshooters. Oh, yep, sharpshooters. Get sharpshooters. That's a good call. Get those. But you might need to get rid of the Lanciero problem, though. Yeah, totally. I think he was planning on get... Yeah, I'm seeing the problem here. I guess he didn't get enough to deal with the scout class, unfortunately, Nathan. Yeah, no. I mean, he had the right ideas before, but now he's got, like, no way of dealing with cavalry, and thus, if he does get that sharpshooter shipment out, it's just going to die and melt into links to those Lancieros, so no point, really. He probably should have just gotten a nice backbone of riflemen first, so that he could, like, fight back, Lanceros. But, since he didn't do that, easy win for Gilder there. Yeah, big time. Good match. I mean, it was a good demonstration of why USA versus Chile is such a close matchup. Because their armies, you know, they got some good stuff, but they're not the best in their given areas. So, yeah, it takes a lot of skill from one side and good comp building to really, you know, outdo the other one, basically. So, yeah, no, totally something to keep in mind there for sure. Alright, so now I am going to be booting the game up again and going to see our second interesting game, quote-unquote interesting game, and see which one that is. I already got installed onto the save game folder. I just need to know what it's called. And then we got 2 more of them after that. And then from there on, I'll probably cover some of the recordings that I haven't casted yet from the past, which is probably a good number of them. We'll have to just look through them and see, alright, which ones have I not done yet. Because I got some more that I want to, like, if I can, like, cast tomorrow, because it follows a very specific theme. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how it is. Let me see you get down to the server, find it. Alright, found it. It's Denmark versus Persia. Oh, that's a fascinating one. Denmark versus Persia. Okay. D is for Denmark. Definitely not Greenland. Yeah, I wonder what's gonna happen with Greenland in the end with this whole Trump thing. Yeah, really wants Greenland. Yeah. Even though it's not green at all, it's Whiteland. They should call it Whiteland because it's all snow and ice and stuff. There's no green up there. The only green up there is if you leave your cheese in the refrigerator for too long and it turns moldy. That's the only green you might see, and that's not even green. That's like bluish green, or blue even. So yeah. Oh, okay. So this is Alucard playing Persia. And Gilder's doing Danish. Yeah. Gilder has done a lot of Danish lately, if you watch the streams lately. Yeah, no, he's been playing a lot of Denmark. It's pretty decent. It's a pretty decent European civ. Some people say it's better than others, you know what I mean? It's all what you prefer, I guess. Kind of the thing the Danish gets, which no other European civ gets, is a starting amount of XP crates that they can gather right away to get a free shipment right from the get-go. It's quite good. Also, Danish gets these cool things called the ox carts. Basically, they boost the nearby productivity of your villagers, want them to gather faster. And also, you can garrison villagers inside of them, so that if you're being attacked, the wagon can maybe get them a bit further to safety, so they might not perish as much. Also, if you get tired of the ox cart, you can turn into like a real building too. You can turn into like a mill, plantation, livestock pen, dock, or market, I believe. The Danish market does, the Danish dock costs a bit more because it's a unique one called the anchorage, which has extra functionalities. So honestly, turn it into like a mill, plantation, or an anchorage. Great value of the ox cart once you're done using it, frankly. But you might never be done using it if you want to reap the economic advantage of what it does to your nearby vills. So, yeah, consider that as well, I guess. Yep. Okay, so this is the Alucard deck, yeah. This is the Alucard counter war deck that we saw in the Nathan series on the Niger Delta map, basically. So he's got the two Zambuks in H2, and then he's got the Bagla in H3 to counter enemy water, basically. He's picking it here probably because the map is Isak Adirondack, which has water over the top of the map here, right along the coastline around this side. He is picking up the Akika Food Trickle. Yep. Back originally, I thought that Harem Photography was the initial build you're supposed to do with Persia. But I found out Akika, after seeing what Alucard and a few others have done, does work a bit better. Because Akika gives you a food trickle for the rest of the game, whereas Harem Photography only cheapens your yellow Madrasa text by 20%. So when you are done with those Yellow Madrasa texts, harem photography kind of loses all of its use after that, whereas Akika can give you food for the rest of the game, giving you a much better eco outlook, pretty much, yeah. In general, the Yellow Madrasa texts here for Persia are the most critical, because they're the ones that give you resource crates back and give you resource trickles too. So your economy will flourish if you get all 6 of the Yellow Madrasa texts, or even most of them. Even if you get only like 4 to 5, you'll still be doing pretty good. Alucard also has this Mahala here. The Mahala is your Middle Eastern house. It gives you about 20 pop space, costs 200 wood, and it also has all your capital improvements too. So stuff like spies, blockade, immigration, as well as some of your church stuff like the Line of Sight techs and mercantilism are all at the Mahala, basically. Yeah. Looks like Denmark will open Hussar. That's what he's actually done in a lot of the games I've been in. He's opened up Hussar as well. Hussar is a pretty decent opening for Danish, if you can run it properly, basically. Yeah, usually. Oh, going with the Forge. Okay, interesting. Yeah, normally Persia will open up Gunsmith, but it looks like Alucard's actually going Forge, which I think I have seen him do before. Yeah, if you go Forge, Forge has all your non-firearm units. So your pikemen, your hussars, your cuirassiers, your archers, anything that doesn't use a gun. In the case of Persia, they get their chadiks here, basically their spearmen. Or they can get the Nizam Adlis, which is sort of like their sort of version of the Sawar. Basically an anti-skirmisher specializing hand cav. So yeah, that'll give Alucard the potential to go scout, as well as spears too. He was going to ship in Chariks, but looks like he's actually shipping Tofangchi early skirms then. Yeah, makes sense, because if he wants to go spearman, he can just get him out of the forge probably. Yeah, definitely. You gotta also, just so you know, you have to research Madrasa text from this Madrasa here to actually age up. You need 3 to get to age 2, you need 7 to get to age 3, and the rest kind of a similar story. That's how you do it pretty much. Did you see that? He almost lost 2 bills right there near the hunt. I was like watching their HP, like, whoa. Alucard's very lucky not to lose him. Alright, well, now he's getting the Nizam Adleys. Nizam Adleys will cook these volunteers. These volunteers are early game skirms like the crossbows. They will get cooked by these because these guys have multipliers against skirmish, doing about 44 damage to them. That's pretty big. Pretty big. Their HP is pretty decent too. 324. They're actually a bit cheaper than Hussars, at least in the gold. And then, you know, armor's a bit weak because scout units are a bit weaker in pierce armor in this mod. So 10% pierce armor is actually pretty normal. Yeah. Also looks like Alucard's going to be opening up Fishboom too. He's got his dock over here. If he thinks Gilder's going to compete at all in the water, he'll probably send in the shipment of some books to compete for water then. So that should be helpful. Now he's going to pick up another Mahala. He's also got a gunsmith here too, so he could actually go to Fangshi or Genbaz as well. Genbaz being the musket, to Fangshi being the skirmisher. He's going to train up some Chaliks though. Chaliks should counter cavalry just fine, and kind of prevent Gilder from continuing the Hussar raids. Probably have to switch to something like the Lansoldator musket, or maybe even go Fortress Age for some real skirms. Basically, yeah. It's like right now, I can't tell who's got the better army. Yeah. Yeah, Alucard has spears and scout. Gilder has scout, muskets, and some early skirms. I don't know which army kind of outdoes the other here because they both got multiple things going on. Looks like that Mahalav's going to be rushed right now. And Gilder is pushing back against Alucard's expansion of his base as a result. More Genbas coming out. Also 6 Genbas shipping in too. Couple of Chaliks here, snaring the Lanzolators. I see Alucard's acquired a lot of Genbas now. Yep, these are the Persian muskets. They got some really good range attack, I would say, as well as good HP as well. Multipliers are also slightly better than regular muskets, making them quite effective against Cav. Has he picked up Junju yet? No, he's not in age 3 yet. Yeah, once he gets to age 3, he'll probably get Junju before he upgrades him at all. Yeah, Junju cheapens your veteran and guard upgrades on the Genbas and also allows the Explorer to have a greater aura over him. Because look at these little, Moroccan little symbols under their feet there. That means that this Explorer here, the Sadar, is actually beefing their stats up slightly because it's his favorite unit. Because he's sort of like a Genbas officer, if you will. So yeah, as long as the Sadar is near the Genbas, he will give them slightly better stats, and that's why you should always try to, keep them near them whenever possible, really. Gilder is now age 3, and thus he got a 2 Falconet shipment there too. Any upgrades on his troops yet? Nope, nothing yet in that regard. He's going to try to hit him with Falconets though. Alucard's going to retreat with his Genbas now, so he doesn't lose too many of them. And retreat in towards his base. Citadels, being a 200 wood structure, are a bit sturdier, and thus it'll take a few extra seconds for Gilder to take that out, just like that. Very nice. And I'll probably move on to another structure next after that. Oh man, he just said Alucard just shipped in the Mosaks. They're a rocket artillery that has multipliers against cannons. So kind of like a culverin that shoots rockets. He took out both falconets, so that was like a pretty big move there. Yeah, no. It looks like Alucard lost one of his Musaks, but he still has one though. Kind of making it hard for Gilder to make more artillery if he wanted to. Yep, he's getting Janju now, and then he'll probably quickly get the Janbaz veteran upgrade soon after that. It'll cost 100 wood and 100 gold instead of the standard 200 wood and 200 gold cost, making it a bit better. Alright, so Hussars are veteran now, right? He's also got real skirmishers now in age 3. So Skirm Hussar for Danish. Alucard just spamming a ton of Janbaz around his Sadar there to get the most stats out of them. What will he get next though? Will he get Westernized Combat? This will add 15% stats on the Janbaz as well as Nizam Atleys. Kind of helping both units out. Oh, he's gonna get the Midfas there, the Mudafas. Yeah, the Midfas are Middle Eastern falconets. They're a bit cheaper and weaker, but they are actually a 4-pop can instead of a 5-pop one. So you can actually get 3 of them in an age 3 shipment instead of just 2, because of the weaker stats, making them a pretty spammable can, which is great. Yep, with a huge army of Janbaz like that and 3 Midfas, he should be in pretty good shape to push on Gilder's position. He's gotta watch out though. Gilder's coming up the bomb here with skirms. He could pick off maybe some of these Janbaz before Alucard notices, giving him a bit better odds. Let's see what Gilder's also making in his base, because he's got a foundry there. as well as a stable and barracks. He is going for falconets, but unfortunately the foundry's in the front. So, all that good effort for nothing. Yeah, no, you should put the foundry in the back of the base, if anything. Because it's like your most delicate, like, building. Because if, God forbid, your enemy has handcap in the front there and they get to those falconets, you're a goner. But, like, that's, like, such a loss of resources. If you have, like, a barracks in the front, in mid-game, with, like, muskets, who cares? But if you, like, lose cannons in the front, gosh, that's a huge loss. So, yeah, no. Quite a devastating risk there to put yourself in. And the Mitfa cans are now blasting onto the barracks in the house. A nice big mass there, Genbaz. Ooh, the Hussars coming from the side now. Kind of into the cannons. Canones. Oh, wow. Very nice. Oh, boy. Gonna push back the skirms, right? Very good. Skirm. Oh, he built the, he had a foundry back there. Ooh, good. I like it's farther away, but I don't like that it's isolated and could be easily surrounded by cat. Oh, no. Please take off the cans. Yeah, take the cans out. Oh, God, one's still alive. Oh, no, it's not good. I don't like the way this is looking for Gilder, honestly. That Janbaz mass is very mean there. Big time. Very lean and mean. Because really, if Gilder tries to do, like, unprotected artillery again, the Janbaz are just going to run at them again and do melee. Yeah, that stack of muskets is pretty fear-invoking. We'll say, that's a lot of good Janbaz. Honestly, if Cap comes back to War's Liberty again, I guarantee he's going to play Persians just because of the Janbaz. He's going to see it very similar to, like, his Japan and Germany stuff. And go like, oh, I want to go Janbaz, just like that. And he's going to spam like crazy. Oh, yeah, no, totally. I can totally see Cap running Janbaz just like he does Germany with the line infantry. 1,000 food. What else does he have? Yeah, he's running out of his shipments, man. He doesn't even have. See, I don't like that he's used as 1,000 coin. Yeah, because Gilder has to get to like industrial age and start like upgrading his stuff and getting factories and everything. There's gonna be so much more work now because he doesn't have that 1,000 coin to push him up. Because he had to put in the falconets. And those falconets, as you know, didn't even do that much. Yeah, no, totally not. At this point, Gilder's picking up infantry combat. This will add 15% HP and attack onto all of his infantry. So his early game skirms, his late game skirms, his Lansoldatars, his pikemen, engineers, any sort of mercenaries he gets. Yeah, no, that's a very valuable card because it gives you so much flexibility. His marines will also be affected by it. Yeah, which reminds me, why don't you do marines or something with these early skirms so that you can maybe blast some of these midfas? That would be a pretty smart idea, I'm just saying. Make things go a bit smoother for you. I don't know why he doesn't do that, honestly. He's putting himself in a bit of a risk there by doing that. Yeah, totally.
Ja. Melder sig.
This Junba's Midfa cannon combo is looking pretty formidable. I wonder what Gilder can potentially do to get out of it. It's kind of tough, actually. I don't know what he's got up his sleeve for. Volunteers, while it deals with the Junba's problem, does not deal with the cannon problem. Also, looks like Alucard's finally dipping into his more expensive yellow Madrasa text, the portraiture one here. The Miar Ali portraiture. Gives him a really big set of wood crates and a nice wood trickle, and then there's one more that gives him like a ton of gold crates and then like a really big gold trickle. Once he gets those, I think Alucard will be like super late game. He's also getting his fountains now too, and starting to do apricots on them. Yeah, melee civs, instead of having like mills, they have these fountains, which they can configure to make different bushes. Food bushes for food, and then gold bushes for gold, you know. And that varies from civ to civ. For Persia, their food bush is the apricot, and their gold one is saffron. So the spice saffron they use with cooking. Yeah, it's pretty cool because all the plants and everything look differently and stuff. So yeah, that's one thing I like about the Middle East is instead of just having a bunch of boring farms, you get to look at different cool looking bushes, that have different shapes and colors and sizes and stuff. That varies from civ to civ. Leading to a lot of unique stuff, basically, yeah. At this rate, Alucard's just focused on like aging up and stuff, and just teching up over his opponent because he can. Now the Gilder's burned through his 1,000 coin. Alucard could very easily get into an industrial age, get his guard upgrade on his Junbas and cans, and then just steamroll him. Especially since volunteers for Danish don't get any guard or imperial upgrades. That could be very dangerous. Because now he's got a bunch of units that are stagnant versus a potentially more upgraded enemy. Okay, so Gilder got his own falconets. The falconets, though more expensive, are a bit stronger, so they can withstand a couple of cannon shots. But unfortunately, just didn't have the numbers. In this sense, the cheaper, more spammable Midfas ended up being the more expensive, pop-heavier falconets. So yeah, that was a big loss there for Gilder. If he can get more of those cannons, maybe. Oh, he canceled out his 1,000 food before? Okay, now he's sending. Alright. Yeah, if he could get some, like, gold somehow, get, like, 10 falconets maybe, something to rival those Midfa numbers, then I think Gilder has a way of fighting that back against Alucard. Yeah, he needs to get, like, a ton of gold, I think, and get those falconets steamrolling against those Midfas. If he hopes to do anything, I would say. Most definitely.
Ja. Giv mig en kommando. Melder sig. Afventer ordre.
This is what I was talking about now that, basically Gilder doesn't have an easy way into Industrial Age. Alucard was just going to go to an Industrial Age inevitably and pick up the guard upgrade on his Junbas, especially since Janju makes it much cheaper anyways. Giving Gilder a pretty big disadvantage now. And then, of course, artillery upgrades are rather cheap, so, guard, Musak should be pretty affordable. It's probably going to get guard Midfa too, right? Regulated. Yep. Okay, so he's already gotten the guard upgrade on those. He's going to ship in 4 Midfas as well through an infinite shipment. He probably is going to push with that, I would say. Because he'll have his, pop maxed out at that point. So yeah, no, totally. What's up? What's up, Sagawai? We're casting games that Gilder found quote-unquote interesting. I mean, honestly, this is an interesting game because Gilder, of course, has himself in a very interesting situation. And by interesting, I mean a very bad situation. Because he's stuck here with, veteran volunteers against, guard Janbas and guard artillery. This is like a nightmare fuel scenario. Alucard is also pushing his map control by pushing in these mosques forward on the map. And this is actually pretty critical because Alucard sent this card here, the Jemkaran Mosque. It allows all the mosques that you possess to actually provide an attack boost to your nearby military. So these Janbas are getting ever more beefy when they're standing near this mosque structure, pretty much, which is very good. So yeah, no, most definitely. Give them a huge advance, pretty much. Also picking up... Oh, he's going to be upgrading Scout too. Yeah, picking up Organizer Nizam Adlis. He may as well, since the upgrade cards for the Janbaz and the Nizam Adli are the same. So that's a good synergy right there. How many founds does he have? I'm curious. So he's got 3 saffrons and 3 apricots. So he's managed to figure out how to get by with just 3 apricots and 3 saffrons. For me personally, I build 4 saffrons and 4 apricots just so I can like pivot villagers where needed. But if you're looking to save some wood, you can totally tap it down by 1 probably like that, I would say. The artillery is super strong there. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, that was all the artillery, I would say. I mean, it was also the durability of the Janbaz as well, having the guard upgrade over these earlier game skirms. But no, those cans went boop, boop, boop, boop, boop, boop, boop, boop, boop. Just cleaned through everything. That was really fun. Yeah. Let's go into the next one now. Let's see what the next one is. Let me boot up. See where our next recording is. Next Glabacione. What's our next Glabacione have? Curious. Glabacione. Let's see. These are some interesting games though. So Gelder didn't lie when he said that he found the games interesting. They do have me intrigued in watching it, so that's good. Persia MM Swarm. Oh, Persia Minuteman Swarm. Oh god, he's using he's using the thing. He's using the thing, people. Oh god. This is gonna be a bad situation. Let me find it. Persia MM spam. Trying to find it around here. Here we go. Alright. Yeah, if you didn't know, there's currently this pickle that we have with the Persia Civ where every time you research one of the Red Madrasa texts, your levy for the Minutemen is reapplied. So normally when you play millies, right, you get like one chance at a Minuteman levy, but it's 2 Minutemen at each one of your Mahalas, giving you a maximum of like 20 Minutemen, right? For Persia, they're a little bit different because they have it so that they get 30 men. They can get a total of 30 Minutemen between their Mahalas because they get 3 Minutemen per Mahala instead of just 2. And on top of that, the Persian Red Madrasa texts have it so that if you send the levy for those Minutemen, and then you research the Red Madrasa tech after it, you'll be able to send another Minuteman levy again and have it restart. Yeah, no. Most melee civs, you're only getting 20 Minutemen. With Persia, you could get like up to... What's the number? You could get like... Probably like 200 something Minutemen between the Red Madrasa... Because the Red Madrasa texts give you a couple of free Minutemen too. You get like 200 something units. And you might not think that that's like a bad thing, but honestly, it's kind of scary since the Minutemen don't cost any pop space. And there's a card called Jihad that allows those Minutemen to be set up so they don't lose hit points anymore, so they just stay at full HP. Yeah, scary, isn't it? Oh yeah, totally. And then there's even another further one called Fistabidia that adds 4 range and more damage onto them too. And more line of sight, making them even more ferocious. So yeah, no. The Persian Minuteman spam thing is very real. Who's doing it though? Is it? Yeah, it's Codefender, and then Gilder's also doing Danish. This is going to be an interesting game because it's going to be an interesting situation for Gilder to try to deal with something like that. Because I don't think he's dealt with that yet. No, Codefender dealt with it because I did it to him. I did it to him, so he saw it. But I don't know about. And then Nick learned about. He said like, I don't know how you're handling them 2v1 man. And I'm like, hey, I know the builds, so I know what I'm doing. Yeah, but anyways, yeah, this will be a really spicy one. Gilder's probably gonna play a more or less similar match as last time, except now he's dealing with a really crazy build right now. So it's gonna feel potentially less even if he can like pivot to it very quickly. Yeah, no, totally. It's gonna be a very interesting one to say the least. We'll have to watch this one very closely, I would say. Totally. Stretching my weight out a bit. Yeah. How many Mahala? Oh god, he's doing the full Mahala thing too, isn't he? Yep. Jihad and Fistabilia. Yep, he's doing it. He's going for the full thingy. The full Monty there. That's crazy. The one good thing though is it costs a lot of wood to do this because each Mahala of course costs 200 wood. Times that times 10, you have to spend like 2k wood to even set this thing up to full potential, plus spend a shipment for this and spend a shipment for that. So 2 shipments and 2,000 wood to get enough, you know, things to get the full levies going, and then of course you have to have a ton of gold to research the Red Madrasa text. Though, if you macro really well and your opponent can't catch up to it in time, you kind of get such a big conga line of stuff that you give yourself enough time to get that gold because they can't even touch you after a certain point because you have just so much Minutemen flowing in like a bunch of little mosquitoes buzzing in, basically. It's like crazy. Yeah, it looks like he'll open Volunteer. I think that's probably the best thing you can do because you can't really go Grenadier since those Minutemen, of course, are going to have multipliers against Siege Troopers, which Grenadiers fall into. Can't go Land Soldatar because their range is going to be less than the Minutemen once he picks up that H2 Fistabilia card. So yeah, no, Volunteers is probably the only thing you can do in this situation that's halfway decent. You could spam Hussar too, but there's the nuance that the Minutemen also have hand armor. So yeah, kind of complicated, isn't it? Eek. Eek is right. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen here, though, honestly. It's kind of tough. This is what I'm talking about. Look, it's a 30-man strong Minuteman army right here. It's crazy, crazy. It's a huge mass.
Salam.
Oh god. Did he build them all yet? He didn't even build them all yet. What? Oh, he didn't even stack them yet. Huh. He's still in age 1. He's still in age 1. He hasn't even aged up yet. He is still in age 1. What is this, man? This is so interesting. How he did it in age 1. He called the first levy in age 1. That's so brutal. It means you can actually kill an age 2 opponent in age 1. What? What? What? But wait a second, you could, because you could get the first batch, right? That's 30 men. With if you get 10 miles. Then you can get the first Red Madras attack. That's like 60 Minutemen. You can get the second one even without going H2 and get 90 Minutemen. So a 90 Minuteman rush. What's their siege? Siege is like 4. The siege is not good, but you could totally like wreck their vills and pin them in their base. Oh yeah, that's disturbing. And let's do the siege math. Like 4 times 90 is like how much siege per second? It's like 280 siege per second. TC's got this much HP. Huh. Okay. It's kind of tough, but I guess you could do it. Could do it. Looks like so far Guild is able to fight back, but guess what? First Red Madras attack's coming in. He's gonna be able to get another levy of these out. Yeah, yay. He's gonna get like a full 30 of them. Even worse. Even worse. Yeah, it's kind of disturbing. We'll say. It's kind of disturbing.
احساس میکنم که قدرتمندتر هستم.
سلام.
آماده. حمله. حمله. متاسفم. قادر به انجام بله. از این بله. داد میشه. از اینکه من داد میشه. از اینکه من آزاد کردی متشکرم.
آری. سلام آری.
Afventer ordre.
Jeg er skadet. Jeg kan ikke bevæge mig.
ready, commandment, yes?
los vamos a encontrar.
Lakota. And Code Fender is doing India. India versus Lakota. My money is on the India player. India wins, just like Pushback said. India wins. Nah, I mean, I think in a realistic situation, if India fumbles this at all, it means that you have a serious skill issue. Like, Lakota in Wars of Liberty is not that good. You know, the Bow Rider has a lot less efficacy because it doesn't counter like Hussars at range anymore. Kind of prevent them from dealing with Sawars from range, which could be kind of problematic. Yeah, no. Yeah, it also means they can't deal with Tiger Claws at range either. I mean, the only thing that the Bow Riders can do is like deal with Mahouts because they're assault. That's it. Yeah. What else do you got? Seatam Bowman and War Clubs? Really? I mean, do I have this wrong, or are the war clubs in the Seatam Bowman better in Definitive Edition than they are in Wars Legacy? Yeah, I don't know. You tell me. Are the Seatam Bowman and War Clubs better here, or are they better in Definitive Edition? I don't know. So I'm like legit curious. I'm legit curious because I really don't know if Lakota's even viable here or not, truthfully. Oh, yeah, no, I don't even know, honestly. It's kind of tough to say, actually. So, yeah, no, totally. We'll see, though. I mean, potentially, Lakota has to play up their sleeve, but we'll have to see. I mean, they can still rush and stuff. It's just, you're going to have to do much more around the Warhut and Axe Riders, I think, to get the most out of stuff. But we'll see. He's picking up Expedition, Naturalist Expedition there. Pretty much, this will improve your hunting and berry gather rates. It's basically Furrier, but renamed and re-imaged, basically, for the Victorian era. So if you like Furrier, you'll like Naturalist Expedition.
Uh-huh. Huh?
Hello. Adish?
Agrafort. Middle map. Yeah, this is a good spot. It's right at the bottleneck here between the trade route down here and the trade route up here. So this is actually a really good bottleneck for the Colorado map. So this is actually a good spot. And likely we're going to see a Sepoy rush from the India player. If you're Lakota, you got to go Citan Bowman. Otherwise, you'll have some problems unless you think you can run Bow Rider. You could run Bow Rider against Sepoy. You just couldn't. You just can't do it against the hand cav unless you want to go into melee. If you want to go into melee against the Salwars, you can. It's just going to be a bit harder. It's going to be playing like a cat and mouse game at that point. And speaking of which, here's some wolves that the India player was able to collect through the Nature Friendship ability and the Grizzly Bear too. Nice crony bear to chase your enemies with. Very nice.
Tayar.
Ooh. There's the Citan Bowman shipment, but unfortunately the elephants are there causing some problems. You know, the good old elephant in the room problem. Yeah, I gotta get those elephants out of the room, hopefully, and then you should be good at that point. I think he overdid a bit with the war clubs, though. That's going to cost him a bit. Yeah, he should be doing CT. He's still doing war club? Yeah, I was going to say, wait a second now. You tell me you're still doing war clubs against Sepoy? Yeah, at least he built a fire pit. That's good. Says he knows what he's doing there. That's awesome. Now you want to, like, get those guys away from the fire pit so you can start using it as much as possible. He has the Archer's Siege, but sends the war clubs after the Sepoys? What is that? You want to do that, man? It's not. That's not. Okay, now I send the archers, but it's not as bad, I guess. But still, I mean, the war club should just be sieging right now, unless you see a batch of Sawars popping out. I mean, by the way, what is Codefinder even planned for? He's got the Sour shipment. He's probably gonna get that, right? He could also get Tiger Claws too. Oh, he's going Brits and he's getting Grasshoppers. Yep, Grasshoppers, basically consulate green jackets, so a skirmish unit. The Axe Friars will be a big threat to that, though. So technically, Zelda Verde's moving pretty good here. He's rushing pretty well, actually. Plus, if he can get the consulate down, that would be a pretty nice move, too. But see, what's going to happen is, the Green Jackets are going to come out of there, and then the Axe Friars are going to hunt them down. So yeah, unfortunately, Codefinder has to let his consulate go, sadly. Yeah, as soon as, yep, see that now, he's going to get the Axe Friars out, and then he's going to just, he's not going after it? That's so weird. He's not even going after the, now you do it, okay. It's not that hard. Just go after the skirmishers. You know, you don't want them to get a bunch of skirms like that. Just take away that advantage for a bit. Make it a bit easier on yourself. Gosh, that Axar got way too much damage than he should. Just saying.
शरीर मार सकता है पर आत्मा अमर है।
The tiger strategy is going to be lethal, I think, because these tigers will soak up all the arrows. These tigers are almost as durable as the cavalry. It's like crazy because, look, they have HP of like 160? 168? Yeah, no, I mean, they can tank a lot of arrows. Almost as much arrows as the Sawars do. Yeah, and they're a lot more cheaper, too. I mean, they're only like 135 food. That's actually more expensive than the Sawars, but still. Very tanky boys, yeah, big time. Let's see what ends up happening. Yeah, no, I'm totally curious. Completely disemboweled him there from the seams. That's crazy. Very crazy. Very, very crazy. Yeah, totally.
Emrin? Evet. Hadi bakalım. Evet, hadi, evet, hadi doğru. Evet, doğru. Hadi doğru. Evet, doğru. Evet, doğru. Selam.
Emrin? Emrin? Hazır.
Πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμος. Θηρευτής.
Λέγε βρυτόμος.
Έτοιμος. Πρόσεχε, πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι. Θηρευτής.
Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσταγμα. Θηρευτής. Λέγε.
Πρόσταγμα.
Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Έτοιμος. Μάλιστα. Θηρευτής.
Έτοιμος. Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα, μάλιστα.
Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμος. Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμος.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσεχε. Έτοιμος.
Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμος.
Λέγε.
Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμος.
Έτοιμος. Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσταγμα.
Έτοιμος. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Πρόσταγμα. Έστω.
Πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Έτοιμος. Léger. Prostagma. Léger. Étymos. Prostagma. Voulome. Ne. Est. Voulome. Izvoli. Kalos.
Πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμος.
Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσεχε. Πρόστεγμα.
Σοργά μία.
Business and taking care of it, but I was able to like spectate for you in the meantime. Overall, what this is here is a sign that you should probably try to avoid playing Greeks on land maps when you can, just because they're not at their peak, right? Because normally if this was like on the last map that we saw, Alaska, right? Zelda Verde would be able to build his dock and get free fishing boats, and he'd be in great shape. Fortunately, in good old Iowa, you don't have fish anywhere, so you can't really build a dock anywhere useful, right? So he went for the foundry, got that age up going, and he ended up losing his whole army of various units. The Clapes, your early game skirm, they have about 18 range, so they're actually a bit more range than crossbowmen, actually. The recruits, these are your standard musket for all the Balkan civs. Low HP, high attack. Yeah, they have a range attack of like 27 to start, which is really good. Then you got the Scythemen here that he made. These are the Balkan like pikemen unit. It does splash damage actually, and it has larger multipliers than a standard pike does. It's 6x instead of 5x against shock units. Plus he had some Mirars there too, which is the Balkan Ulan unit. So it's actually a 1-pop, very low HP, high attack handcap unit. Yeah, that was pretty good, actually, how Codefender was able to defend that using his Agra Fort and a combo of Gurkha Sepoy. Yeah, Gurkha Sepoy is a pretty good combo, actually. So, yeah, no, he made some good use of it. Plus, he sacrificed some Sawars into the mix as well, and now he's doing Tigers, right? Yeah, no, the Tigers were great, too, because the Tigers, again, acted as a meat shield, protected him from the Scythemen. Because while Scythemen do splash damage, it's not a lot, so the Tigers can actually tank it a bit, especially since the Tigers have hand armor here, 10% hand armor. That was pretty good. Oh yeah, no, totally. Absolutely good. Yeah, Greece is just going to come in again and get completely swamped. This force will not survive. Force will not survive at all. Yeah, I'm just telling you that force will not survive at all in that encounter. Just telling you. It's just not going to do anything, really. Yep, pretty much not. Pretty much not. Yeah, totally not. See, the Ottoman consulate for Indians in Wars of Liberty is actually really good because instead of giving you the hand cav, it actually gives you Abbas guns. Yeah, you get 4 Abbas guns with it. This is like a really good setup. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've said this like a billion times at this point. I think 4 Abbas guns from the Ottoman consulate's way better than getting like 3 delis any day of the week. Just telling you. Abbas guns are very versatile. They can kill cannons, they can kill grenadiers, muskets, skirmishers, you name it. They can wipe out a lot of stuff. The only thing they can't wipe out is obviously like Hussar type units, right? That's about it. Everything else on the sun they can basically deal with. Yeah. Yeah, they just are very flexible in their abilities. It's really awesome, actually. Yeah, no, totally. Plus, India is shipping in some Tiger Claws, obviously a scout unit. That should deal with this mass right here. It looks like Zeldavari did some Marauders. Problem is, though, he's got so little of them, I think Codefender can just, like, snipe them, screw and shoot them dead before they even get close, thus making them kind of, like, useless meat shields. More Marauders, more Scythemen. He's doing some stuff. He's doing some stuff here. I mean, honestly, though, I don't think it's gonna make a huge difference, but we'll see. See if it does. See if it does, honestly. Yeah, no, totally. Greece just shipped in the Chorophylax as well. The Chorophylax are a special home city only musket that has 16 range, so they have a crossbow, some more HP, and I think, yeah, that's about it. It's a really solid unit, so yeah, no, totally. What's their siege compared to a Sepoy, actually? They do a lot more siege than a Sepoy. Like 37 siege? That's pretty good. It's pretty good, actually. Yeah, no. So yeah, if you really like long-range muskets, definitely include some of those Chorophylax in your home city deck, and it should help you out pretty good for the Greeks. He's also getting mule artillery too. These are kind of like Balkan lever cannons, you know, when you play Sweden and you have the lever cans. These are kind of statistically the same as that, but they're pulled by a mule that makes, you know, donkey sounds, go like that. Yeah, that's about it. Getting like actual artillery there. Costs about 300 food and 100 wood, which I believe is the same as the Levercan, right? Am I right or am I wrong about that? I think I'm right about that, actually, yeah. And now it's turning around again and bringing in some Marauders, getting some more mule artillery. Should get something out of the barracks too, so you're producing. Yeah. I don't know what way the pendulum's going to swing though. Good question. I mean, right now, Code Fender has a bigger score. It's also getting a wonder. Is that Shaman Arcade, right? Yep, Shaman Arcade is going to get him out. Okay, I see that going pretty badly, actually. Because then he could just ship in 3 Mahouts, and then it's GG, well played. Yeah, I don't see anything good coming out of that situation at all. Just saying. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, GG. Yeah, Code Fender's been doing a good job against Zelda Verde, but Zelda Verde's, been making him work a bit to get it, but so yeah, no, decent stuff. What is that in the Kyber Discord server? No Qui-Gon or Veers or Niamnum? What's wrong with Qui-Gon Jinn? He's a good saber. I mean, Veers is totally messed up, but yeah, man. Why do you have a problem? Yeah, why do you have a problem with Qui-Gon Jinn, dude? He's super base, both in the canon and in HVV Chaos. I wouldn't be gonna complain about him. I know there's no sound, man. I know there's no sound because I had the mic unplugged. Yeah, I was trying to do something. And I didn't want you sitting around doing nothing, so I figured I'd just play most of the match and then kind of summarize it at the end for you a bit. I mean, overall, that was a pretty good match. It was a kind of a good demonstration of why Greeks struggle a bit on land maps. We basically saw his armies getting crushed because he wasn't able to get that sort of like eco advantage that he normally would on like a water-friendly map with fishy, Yeah, so that's basically what happened there. Yeah, I mean, what recording should I do now? There's one I was thinking about doing, but I want to check to see if I have it here already or not. Let me see. 3v3. 3v3. 3v3. And I think there was like a 3v3 game that I wanted to do. Because we rarely ever see 3 versus 3s. I'm just trying to see if we got it here anywhere. So what was it called again? It was called Big 3v3. Big 3v3. Muy grande. Muy grande. Mucho muy grande. Okay. Let's do that one. Big 3v3. Alright. Let's try that one now. Big 3v3. Where is... Okay, so do I have that here? If I don't, then I probably have to download, which is a good sign because it means I haven't done yet. Nope, I didn't do it yet, so let me download that now. Should take like 1 segundo. Then we can start. Why did he put an eggplant next to it? Why is there an eggplant there? What's Yabe about a 3v3? I don't know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Let's see. Downloads. Big 3v3. Let's try that one now. Big 3v3. Alright, so big 3v3. Here we are. Alright, let's do it. Big. Is it right here? Alright, I think I have to. And do I have to restart the game to do it, actually? I'm trying to figure this out. Yeah, big 3v3. That should show up right away. If not, I have to restart. Alright, here it is. Okay. Yeah. Getting a little paranoid. Big 3v3. Okay. That should be good. That should be really good. Alright, so here we are. We got Nathan, Josephy, Jeff versus Gilder, Pablo, and Alucard. Surprisingly balanced teams. You got like 2 Giga Chads at each team, and then you got 1 newbie noob on each team. So that's pretty balanced, pretty fair. Alright, so who do we got as the contenders? We got Nathan as Chile, Josephy as France, Jeff as Saudi Arabians. On the other side, we got Alucard as Persia, Pablo as Japan, and Gilder as Danish, of course. Yeah, I was like, what else would he play other than Danish? Cheese Danish? Strawberry apple Danish? Danish? Yeah, no. Big time. So yeah, this should be a good matchup. Big one. So overall, in this sort of situation, like, what do I think about the teams? In general, a Japan synergized with the Denmark, and a Persia could lead to some interesting results for sure. I think overall, the team is going to have some really good infantry mainly. Yeah, infantry should be like no problem between these 3. The scout unit's also looking pretty good. Honestly, though, Japan will struggle making assault units, so maybe Danish and Persia will have to help out a bit in that regard. As for the other side of the coin, you know, you got a Saudi Arabia mixed with a Japan over here and a Denmark. Oh, France is up here. Oh! So we got, yep, okay, so yeah, France, Saudi, and Chile. Now that one, I think could go very well, because Chile requires a lot of time to get like a booming economy going. Saudi Arabia could provide a lot of cover for Chile to get a good boom. That's what I like about this setup. In France can be flexible, like if they need to like push the enemy and give Chile time, France could totally support. Or they could stay back and boom themselves and get some better units. So yeah, this should be really cool. Really cool. Looks like Jeff has his Madrasa Caravan out, and is going to start with the yellow Madrasa Tech. Madrasa Tech gets your build limit for Bedouins up, and gives you a few free Bedouins too. Yeah. Basically, the thing you gotta know about Saudi Arabians is they don't use buildings for almost anything. You get the Citadel, fine, and then you can build these attachment annexes of the Oasis next to them to produce your late game stuff, also fine. But everything else is a caravan. It's all mobile. So there's some advantages and disadvantages. The advantages is that the caravans can move anywhere on the map. So you could take one of these caravans and stick it right up against like the enemy town center here. You could like stick it right underneath and like make units right under their TC. You couldn't do that with the barracks or stable because of the limitations AoE3 gives, where people can't build buildings close to a TC. But caravan you can do that because it's like a unit, right? But the downside is that caravans are nowhere near as durable as an actual building. So if you look here at the stats, it has 1,000 HP, pretty good, but it is classed as a unit, which means no siege attack needed, Units will just use their normal attack against them. And notice how it doesn't have any hand armor. So that means anything like a pikeman, a halberdier, a hussar, a cuirassier does full damage to these caravans, and they can actually rip through them rather quickly, especially if you're not careful. even the crush damage is not that big either. You know, you could possibly get some big heavy cannons and like rip through these caravans, no problem. They cost a lot of food. This Madrasa caravan costs like 300 food. And that's what most of the other caravans cost about, more or less. With some of them being really expensive, like closer to 500 or so food. Yeah, no. You got to take care of these caravans very good, because if you don't take care of your caravans, you're going to have like no way to make units or do anything. And it's not like any of the other civs where you just take a little bit of wood and rebuild. No, you have to wait and spend a ton of food to get that back. So yeah, take some big risks. And sometimes get big rewards, sometimes you get punished for it, basically. Yeah. As for the housing situation, instead of houses, you get the Bedouins, right? So the Bedouins are essentially your nomads, right? So they fatten and train herdables, just like other Middle East nomads do. But what sets them apart is, on top of being your nomads, they also count as your mahallas too. Because you don't have mahallas, right? No buildings. So they give you 10 population space as long as they're alive. Plus they research all the Mahalla related things. So all those late game type capital techs too. Making them a very versatile unit. They're very flexible. Plus, they are a little bit more military oriented than regular nomads, just because they're cavalry, right? They got 30% hack armor, they got more HP since they're more of a building like unit. They can be used for combat, but if you let them die, you're housed. You got no population, you can't make anything. So, yeah. And then to replace them, you have to spend about 150 food. So more than the food needed to make one of these hussars, for instance. Yeah. One of these good old Danish hussars. So yeah, no. Try not to lose the Bedouins if you can. Right? If you have to use the Explorer has multipliers against cavalry. Because he's sort of like a hero version of the Jamal, which is the unit he favors. So he's a camel rider that kills cavalry pretty easily. Yeah, no, that's pretty good. Now, Jeff is switching over to gold bushes now. He's made a few date palms, and now he's going to make some gold bushes. After making advanced caravan. Yeah. Not advanced caravan, advanced oasis. Makes the oases cheaper to build, and allows you to get the gold bushes a bit earlier. And not only that, it allows bushes from the oases to spawn even faster, too, giving you a perk across the board, which is really nice. Yeah, so what does Jeff open? He opens with the Foundry Caravan. This is an artillery foundry as a caravan, so it makes artillery. You can like stick it anywhere on the map you want, move it around, and just pop out tons of cannons from it. What you can make in Age 2 is, you can make Zambaraks, or Zamabiks is the plural name, is Zamabik. So these Zambaraks, Zamabiks, they're basically mobile Abyss guns. Mobile Abyss guns. They do like crush damage and multipliers against heavy infantry, plus they're very fast. Now, the downside is that if you look at the tags, they count as artillery. Yeah, they count as artillery, which means culverins will melt them. Also means dragoons will melt them. Things like the meteor hammers will melt them. Basically, any unit that has anti-artillery multipliers, even naval skirms, will melt these guys dead very quickly. So you gotta be very, very careful. Yeah, very careful. Especially when you're dealing with culverins, you know, like culverin type artillery, like handmores. Because they can threaten these Zams very quickly. But if they are well protected, well managed, their crush damage and the heavy infantry multipliers on top of that they offer, very useful to you. So yeah, no, very good stuff, really. Now this card that Jeff is picking up, the Ibn Maman, this allows the Bedouins to strengthen each other's HP when they're near each other, making them into a much more tanky unit. Yeah, so right now, with this amount of Bedouins, now their HP goes up to about 443, or one in the middle is like 464. Now they're a bit more sturdy, so you're less likely to lose them in combat, which is very good. Yeah, very good. But that's Saudi Arabia. What is everyone else doing? So let's look at the other team. Okay, so Alucard's Persia is basically going with the mega mosque boom there, getting 2 mosques, trying to farm a ton of XP, trying to make it to H3 prior to get the renovation of Imam Hussein Shrine to get a 3rd mosque, and just get tons of shipments out like crazy. Yeah, that's basically it. Again, Mir Ali portraiture there, focusing on the El Madrasa decks. It's very good. Looks like their teammate Gilder is just going for Hussar rushing, which is totally fine since Hussars are very good at hit and run. Like strike the target, pull out. That could work very good. And Pablo is just focusing on eco stuff, yeah. He's got a barracks. He made a couple of defensive Shagumas, that's about it. I like how Gilder's also walling up here, so he doesn't have to worry about enemies cutting him off at this side. Is Nathan going eco? He doesn't have a lot of eco here, so I'm kind of a little concerned for him. It's got like Casadena Moneda and Refridge and Extractivism, but nothing more than that. So he's really not going to be able to cap on the economic advantages at Chile. He is going militaristic though. He's getting Frontier Cav, Vivenderas. These are obviously your they're 1-pop Dragoons and also have multipliers against native warriors. So they're kind of like Reuters that they were good at killing natives, basically. The Vivenderas, we already seen them. They're skirmishers that heal you up. And then he's also making Krupp steel cans from the German colony there. Just like we saw at the beginning of the stream. These guys are sort of a mix between a mortar and a culverin. Yeah, so that's all good. How about Hosevi? Okay, he has gone Fortress Age. He's got veteran line infantry. He's also aged up with the gunsmith, so he got some Chaucer Cheval mounted skirms as well. They're basically skirms, but they're mounted on horseback, right? Changes up some of their matchups a bit, plus gives them mobility, but that's about it really. I don't think they're as heavy hitting as dismounted skirms, but overall they can be very powerful, particularly because of their hit and run capabilities.
کار کنم؟
آمادم.
چه کار کنم؟
إن شاء الله. أجل يا سيدي. طاعة الأوامر. استعداد لسماع الأوامر. الأوامر.
Be happy to have you if you want in. Gonna get some food stuff now while I wait. So fill up that lobby if you want. If not, I'll just jump on to Star Wars early. Maybe. Alright, I'm here. So what now? Yeah, I don't want to join the arena people because they'll probably have me stay and I won't be able to do Star Wars. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to boot up Definitive Edition and see if I can, yeah, I'll boot up Definitive Edition. I want to see if there's like a Budokai lobby. If anyone shows up for Wars Libby, I'll just do that. Yeah, I don't want to do Star Wars this early. I want to do like maybe like an AoE 3D match if nobody wants Wither. See if we can find like a Budokai or a Risk or something to participate in, even a quick one. And then as it gets closer to 11, I'll jump on to Kyber and we'll play some Star Wars stuff together. That should be pretty cool. Yeah, I like that idea. What do you think? You think that's solid? Yeah, I think that's solid, honestly. I'm gonna eat some stuff right now, so yeah, hopefully we'll find something to do before I pull up the Star Wars again. Because I've become a Star Wars Kyber addict, playing it every day. I've done it like every day, man. I play it more frequently than I do Wars of Liberty nowadays, because I'm half the time I'm casting, I'm not even playing. It's Star Wars, I'm doing it every day. Oh, it's so fun. It's so enjoyable. So yeah, it's totally worth it. Yeah, big time. Oh man. Pep is talking about Age of Empires 2, Age of Chivalry Hegemony in the Wars of Liberty server. I'm like, man, that's such a good mod. I love that. I'm trying to get it to work on my PC so I can put it on YouTube for you. Because if I could get Age of Chivalry on there, I would be willing to stream that up for you. That'd be a good thing to stream up, Age of Chivalry. People would love to see that. That's so nostalgic. I'd love to play Age of Chivalry. No, I would. I would be like super pumped up for that sort of thing. Oh yeah, no, totally. Totally. He's super awesome. Pep was making a comment about how he hates how some of the Civs like Genoa and Florence only have spearmen as viable units, and it's like, yeah, that is kind of bad. Should have a little bit more to work with than that, honestly. Yeah, no, totally. Totally gotta do better than that. Also, we should do a Portuguese Civ mod stream together. It'd be so cool, man. It'd be so awesome. Yeah, I would love to do a Portuguese Civ mod stream together. I would love that. That'd be so cool. I have put some people that even play with me in multiplayer as well. Yeah, like, remember the good old days of last year when I would just pick up a random mod and make that the theme of the day? Yeah, we should go back to that again. And do like Portuguese Civ mod, Age of Chivalry, Hegemony, some of the classics. Just, you know, we'll be doing something like that similar within a number of weeks regarding Demeter in Age of Mythology, followed by the new native civs in AoE 2D. Because if I remember correctly, aren't those coming out a day apart from each other? Yeah, that's like so insane. Like, let me look at the calendar. Like, look at the calendar of February. Okay, I'm trying to get over here. Clock needs to be updated. I don't want to upgrade my clock. My little keyboard thingy isn't showing up. That's fine. Just close it. I don't need it. Alright, so yeah, I'm trying to look at my calendar thing here. So if I go down to February, so it looks like the 14th is on a Saturday and the 15th is on a Sunday. Wow, that's crazy. So awesome. So a whole weekend of Age of Empires titles. Wow. So good. Also, I'm curious, when's the Super Bowl coming too? 2026. What day is that? Oh, it's February 8th? Oh, so that's right around the corner. It's right around the corner, man. Wow. I didn't realize we'd have it that soon. Dang. I like the commercials. I mean, I like, well, you know what? You know who's playing in the Super Bowl? Patriots, man. New England Patriots. My team. Where I come from. So we might be taking a win again. Post Dynasty Brady Belichick. That'd be pretty good. You know, they've kind of been doing kind of meh lately. You know, kind of Brady and you know, Gronk and Belichick sort of gave us like Super Bowl after Super Bowl, and we're finally going back to one again. So hey, maybe we can get a new dynasty going. That'd be so good. Yeah, because, you know, our state that I live in was big on football just because the Patriots had like such good performance. Really good performance. And literally the place where the stadium is like has like a huge mall there because so many people want to go there and stuff because of the games and everything is so insane. Yeah, big time. Because before, I guess they had like apartments by the stadium and stuff, especially when my family was younger and stuff. Now it's like a huge mall. They got like restaurants in there, breweries, stores, everything. They even have a hospital in there too, like a full outpatient hospital. So cool. Yeah. If you ever come to my state, you should check it out sometime. It's pretty nice. I mean, if you're kind of the gambling type too, they do have a casino off the exit as well nearby. So, yeah, if you're into that sort of thing. Yeah. That's all I'm going to say. I don't really like gambling that much, you know. Got people in my family got way into that stuff and didn't get good. So yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. So what's going on here? Alright, nobody's joined in the Wars Liberty now, so it looks like we're probably gonna look for a D lobby then. Yeah, I didn't realize that the Super Bowl was already determined. I thought they were still in the playoffs. I wasn't even paying attention to anything. Yeah. It's kind of weird because all the people I play Star Wars Battlefront with are West Coast people, and they're all putting bets on the Seahawks. Yeah, big time. So that'll be interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. Alright, I'm going to go eat some stuff right now and wait for D to load, so let me do that.
Yes.
el indicado.
Qual é? Vou fazer.
¿Qué necesitas, cazadora?
Que hay que... Me entendí.
¿Cuál es su orden?
¿Me llamaste? Me muevo, jefe. Entendí. Doy el indicado.
¿Qué necesitas? Ya voy. Te escucho, yendo. Cazadora.
En que me muevo, jefe. Entendí. Doy el indicado. Me muevo. ¡No voy a machacar! Entendí. ¿Qué hay que hacer? Entendí. Doy el indicado. ¿Me llamaste? Te doy el indicado. Me entendí. Me muevo. Doy el indicado. Me muevo, gente. Me muevo, jefe.
¿Qué necesitas? Cazadora.
Qual é? Vou caçador.
Que hay gente. Me entendí. Doy el indicado. Entendí. Me muevo, jefe. Doy el indicado. ¿Qué hay que hacer? Me muevo. Me muevo. Entendí. Entendí. Doy el indicado. Me llamaste.
Lenhador. Oi.
¿Cuál es su cazadora?
¿En qué te ayudo? Vení, bolacero. Me muevo. ¿Qué hay que hacer? Te doy el indicado. ¿En qué te ayudo? Me muevo. Entendí. ¿Qué hay que hacer?
Lenhadora. Te escucho. Leñadora.
Qual é? Estou indo. Construtor. Sim.
Vamos, cazadora. Te escucho. Vamos. Leñadora.
Doy el indicado. Me muevo, jefe. Entendí.
Oi, lenhador.
Me llamaste. Me muevo. Te doy el indicado. Lo voy a machacar. Me muevo. ¿En qué te ayudo? Indicado.
Minera.
Tamam haydi bakalım. Evet tamamdır.
Doy el indicado. Me entendí.
Hazır. Haydi tamam haydi. Evet.
Pacho yendo. Cazadora.
Te doy el indicado. Doy el indicado.
Te escucho. Cazadora.
Emri tamamdır. Hücum ileri marş. Evet tamam evet tamam haydi evet tamamdır. Haydi evet tamam haydi evet tamam evet haydi evet haydi tamam haydi tamam haydi tamam haydi tamam evet haydi tamam haydi bak evet tamam haydi evet tamam evet tamam haydi evet tamam haydi evet tamam evet tamam haydi tamamdır. Haydi bakalım hücum. Tamam haydi tamam evet. Tamam evet. Tamam haydi bakalım. İleri marş. Tamam haydi evet. Hücum. Hazır. Tamam haydi bakalım. İleri marş. Evet. Tamam haydi evet. Tamam haydi evet. Haydi evet. Haydi evet. Haydi evet. Tamam haydi evet. Tamam evet. Hücum. Haydi tamam evet. Tamamdır. Evet. Hazır. Emrin. Haydi evet. Tamamdır. Hücum. Evet. Evet. Haydi evet. Tamam haydi tamamdır.
Qual é sua ordem?
Haydi bakalım. Evet tamam haydi evet evet. Hazır. Tamam haydi evet. Hücum. Tamam haydi evet.
Me llamaste. Doy el indicado. Estás hasta no, estás hasta las manos. Me llamaste. No voy a machacar. Me muevo, me muevo, jefe. Entendí. Me muevo, jefe. Estás hasta que hay que hacer.
Emri. Tamam haydi bakalım. Evet.
Me llamaste. No voy a machacar. ¿En qué te ayudo? Me llamaste. Vení, bolacero. No voy a machacar.
¿Qué necesitas cazadora?
Pinter, voe, construtora.
Hazır haydi evet. İleri evet. Hücum.
Estás hasta las manos.
Emri. İleri marş.
Me muevo, jefe. ¿En qué te doy? No voy a machacar. Entendí. Me muevo, jefe. Doy el indicado.
Oi.
Leñadora.
Estás hasta las manos. el indicado. Vení, bola cero. Estás hasta la... Lo voy... Me entendí. Vení, bola. Estás hasta las manos. Estás hasta las manos.
Evet, haydi evet, hücum. Hazır. Tamam, haydi evet, marş. Emrin, evet, evet. Evet, evet, tamam, haydi hücum. Evet, hazır, tamam, haydi tamamdır. İleri, evet. Evet, evet, hücum, evet. Hazır, haydi bakalım.
Vení, bola. Hoy me muevo, jefe. Hoy me muevo. Doy el indicado.
Minera.
Estou indo. Oi, qual é a sua ordem?
Doy el indicado.
Tomemos las armas.
Qual é? Vou ir. Construtora.
Ya voy.
Sim.
Leñadora.
Qual é a sua ordem?
Mineiro.
Doy el indicado.
Evet, evet, hücum. Hazır, emrin tamamdır. İleri, evet. Evet, haydi ileri marş. Emrin.
Escucha yendo. Albañil. Eso me entendí. Hoy me muevo, jefe.
Mineiro.
¿Qué querés? Pues ya voy.
Ahora voy para allá. Ahora voy para allá.
Hoy me muevo, jefe. Te doy el indicado. ¿En qué te ayudo? No entendí. Doy el indicado. Me entendí.
Oi, caçador.
¿En qué te ayudo? Hoy me muevo, jefe.
¿Qué más? Al que ya voy.
Evet, evet. Tamam, haydi, tamam, haydi bakalım. Tamam, haydi bakalım. İleri marş.
Doy el entendí. Me llama, doy entendí. ¿Qué hay que hacer? Estás hasta la... ¿En qué? Me entendí. No, vení, bola cero. Me llamaste.
Preparado.
Me muevo, jefe.
Hazır, evet. Haydi hücum. İleri marş.
Hoy me muevo, me muevo, jefe.
¿Qué querés? Ya.
Hazır, evet, tamam, evet, tamamdır. Evet.
¿Qué? Ya a los tiros.
Ya doy, lo voy a machacar.
Preparado.
Doy el indicado. Doy el indicado. Vení, bola cero. ¿En qué? Lo voy a machacar. ¿Qué hay que hacer? ¿Me llamaste? Doy de nuevo. ¿Qué hay? Doy entendí. Vení, bola cero. ¿En qué te... No, estás hasta el mano.
A los tiros.
Ahora voy para allá. Te entendí. ¿Qué puedo hacer? Ahora voy para allá.
Hazır.
Dale nomás. Allí en el horno nos vamos a encontrar.
¿Qué necesitas? Vamos.
Qual é a sua ordem?
Escucho, cazadora.
Escucho, cazador.
A tu señal.
Preparado. Ya.
Emrin, evet. Hazır, haydi bakalım.
Oi. Estou indo.
vos, me quedo claro.
¿Qué
Ya
más?
estoy listo.
Recolector.
Lenhadora. Caçadora.
Entendido. ¿Qué puedo hacer?
Qual é? Mineiro.
Ya entendido. Presidente, ya estoy listo.
Escucho. Albañil.
Qual é a sua? Vou ir. Vou fazer.
Jet, vamos. ¡Apúrenla!
Lenhadora.
Pois vou fazer.
Hazır. Tamam. Haydi. Evet. Tamamdır.
Kim yapacak? Anlamıyoruz mu?
Emrin. Haydi tamamdır. Haydi tamam. Haydi. Evet. Haydi. Evet. Haydi. Evet. Haydi tamam. Evet. Tamam. Evet. Tamamdır. Haydi bakalım. Tamamdır.
Quel kilo?
Prêt. Correct. Très bien.
Ya te entendí.
Oi, mineradora.
Escucho. Minero.
Ya te entendí.
¿Qué más?
Decime, che, ya te entendí.
Hazır. Evet.
¿Qué puedo? Ahora voy para allá.
Haydi. Evet.
Ya te entendí.
Encantado.
Che, me quedo claro.
Evet. Tamam. Evet.
Entendido. Ya entendido. ¿Qué puedo hacer?
Sim.
Entendido.
Leñador.
Patrón, ya va yendo. Albañil.
Ya entendido. Ya entendido. Ya entendido. Ya estoy listo. Ya te entendí. Ahora voy para allá. Ahora voy. Me he entendido. Ya te entendí. Vamos, soldados.
Hazır. Hücum. Emrin. Haydi. Evet. Evet. Evet. Tamam. Hücum. Marş. Evet. Haydi. Hücum. Marş.
Quel kilo?
Oui. Oui.
Hoje.
Ya te entendí.
Très bien.
Sim.
Anuncio. Que puedo abrir en cabrones. Ya entendido.
Evet. Evet.
Votre
Evet.
ordre.
Hücum. Evet. Haydi. Evet. Hücum. Yer marş. Evet. Tamamdır. Evet. Hücum. Evet. Haydi. Tamam. Haydi bakalım. Yer marş. Emrin. Evet. Tamam. Yer. Evet. Haydi. Yer. Evet.
Ahora voy para allá.
Hazır. Tamam. Haydi bakalım.
Que puedo entendido. Me quedo claro.
Emri. Evet. Tamamdır. Hücum. Haydi. Tamam. Haydi. Tamamdır. Emri. Yer marş. Haydi. Evet. Hücum. Tamam. Haydi. Evet. Evet.
Sumita me
Haydi. Evet. Tamamdır. Haydi bak. Hücum. Evet.
No voy a machacar. acero.
Ya te entendí.
Oui, votre oui. Très bien. Oui, je le ferai.
Te doy el indicador. Estás hasta las manos. Vení, bolacero. Vení, bolacero.
Las armas.
Oui, oui.
Yes.
Yes.
Ho ho!
Yes.
Upgrade your trade route.
Yes.
Al ataque, señor. Por voy.
Patrón.
Mitaita.
Voy, sí.
Órdenes. Por voy.
Napai. Voy. Cazadora.
Patrón.
A cazar.
Patrón. Cazadora.
Escucho. Por el voy. Por el Perú. Órdenes. Voy.
Yes.
Escucho. Por el voy. Por el voy. Orden. Por el voy. Escucho. Por el voy. Por el voy. Por el voy. Por el voy. Por el voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el voy. Por el Perú.
Ahorita.
Señor. Voy. Por el voy. Por el Perú. Por el Perú.
La paz, sí, voy. Cazador.
Voy. Por el voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el Perú.
Patrón.
A cazar.
Voy. Por el Perú. Por el Perú.
Yes.
Orden. Voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el voy. Por el voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el Perú. Orden. Voy. Por el Perú. Señor. Voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Señor. Por el Perú voy. Escucho. Por el Perú voy. Por el Perú voy. Por el Perú voy. Por el Perú. Órdenes. Voy. Por el Perú.
La mitad.
Escucho. Voy. Por el Perú voy.
Patrón, leñador.
Patrón. Ahorita. Voy.
La leñador.
Señor. Por el Perú voy. Por el Perú voy. Por el Perú voy. Por el Perú voy. Por el Perú voy. Por el Perú. Voy.
Bye. Sí, voy. Ahorita. Sí. Voy. Sí. Cazadora.
Orden. Por el Perú voy. Por el Perú voy. Por el Perú voy. Por el Perú voy. Por el Perú voy. Por el Perú. Voy.
Yes.
Patrón, voy.
Señor. Por el Perú voy. Por el Perú voy. Por el Perú voy. Sí, señor. Al ataque. Sí, señor. Por el Perú.
是的，是的。建筑工。
ahorita. Voy.
Órdenes. Voy. Por el Perú.
Mi taita. Patrón, voy. Sí.
Señor.
Yes. No. Yes. Yes. No.
آری
صدپک زما آماده هستم.
سمی کنم
بله.
سلام صحیح
آماده درو انجامش میتم. تیاریم ساکو جبرید.
Yes.
هو بله ساکو زما
آری
سال درست است.
سلام می کنم شکارچی
بله انجامش میدهم. زما ساکوام زما کوام زما سما کو زما ساکوام ساکوام زما کوام زما کوام زما بله کوام سلام خوب درست است. سازنده
آماده آر صحیح معمار
من خواهم کرد. کاوما زما کاو زما انمه شکارچی سلام سامادا کاو زما سامادا بچی خو میروم درست است اما شکارچی تایا زما سامادا زما جنگ تا باسد زما د جګړې پلو سامادا برید کاوما جنگ تا د جګړې پلو جنگ تا
هو خغلی
هو کاو سامادا ز ټپی سامادا کاو سامادا
آری میک شکارچی
می شکارچی
ليش مخكي هو خغلي بيعرف ليش خانوهل
آماده شکارچی
و چی نیاز دارید؟ سلام درسته نجار صد پکارده تیاریم
بیارده بیرخته بشنگوه هو خغلی ليش مخ بیرخته بشنگوه
سلام بله زوز کشم
سلام
آماده ام شکارچی صد پکارده ای هو
Yes.
آماده آری
سلام انجامش میکنم
شکارچی
اما درست است نجار
سلام شکارچی
چمتوی زما سامادا د جګړې پلو
حکمونه و بیرخته
صد کاوما بچینی انجامش میتم سازنده آماد انجامش می سازنده چمتو زما سماده زما سلام بله سماده زما نجار صدب کاوما بله تیاریم چمتویم کاوما سماده کاو زما بله زما کاوما کاوما سماده بله زما
صحیح چوب بر سلام صحیح چوب بر آری شکارچی
کاوما سماده
سلام معدنچی
هو زما
چوب بر
نجار بس زما
سعی خواهم کرد.
سماده زما صد سماده
چوب ساری میکنم آری شکارچی
هو زما کاوما تیاریم با زما آماده درو میروم سازنده کاوما صد پکارده سلام نجار هو ساكاو زما تايا ساكاو زما سامادا كاو سامادا زم ساكاو زما بري جگڑے پالو ساكاو زما بري جگڑے پالو
ان شاء الله
بري جگڑے پالو سلام جگڑے تیاری بری جنگ صدق جگڑے پلو بری جنگ جگڑے بری جنگ سلام با زما ساكاوم سامادا با سامادا جگڑے پلو سامادا ساكاو زما جان ساكاو زما ساكاوما بری سامد کاو سامده زما خو کاوما زما
سلام آرسه علوف جمع کن.
سلام کاوما تیاری سامده کاو سامده زه ټپیم او حرکت نشم کولای. سلام کاوم سامده زما چمتوی کاو سامده چم کاوما
آری معمار
صد کاوما زما تای سامده چم سامده اما خوا میروم در انجامش میتونم. سازنده صد پکارده سامده بچ نجا
آبجوب بر
چکاوما تای زما زما تای کاوما زما سلام زم کاوما
آری معدنچی
کاوما زوز کشم هو سامده با ز سامده کاوما با کاوما ز کاو سامده کاوما ساو زما کاوم ز کاو ز ساو ساو زما سجا بری ساو ز سامده جنگره صد کاو ساو زما جنگ او کاو ز ساما ز سام زما ساوما زما زما کاو جنگری تای ز کاو ساما زما ساما جنگ صد کاو ز کاوما جنگره زما سامده بری صد کاو زما جنگ بری جنگ سلام کاوم کاو زما بری جنگ تیاری کاو سامده بری سامده جنگ بله زما بری جنگ او کاو سامده بری جنگ جگره کاو سامده آمه انجامش میده نجا بس سامده سد مختار شکاو ز سامده جنگ سکاو سامده کاو ز سامده د جگره پلو کاو ز زما بری جنگ تیاری سکاو ز سکاو بری چمتو زما جنگ جگره پلو کاو ز سامده بله بری زما جگره سلام سکاو زما بری زکر کاو ز کاوم تیاری کاو ز کاوم زما کاو ز سکاوم زما چمتوی سکاو زما جنگ سد پکارده کاوم بری جنگ سکاوم جگره پلو بله سکاوم بری زما جنگ جگره تیاری زما سما بری جگره پلو بله کاو زما کاو ز سامده سکاوم جگره پلو کاوم بری جنگ تیاری زما سامده کاو زما زرتپیم حرکت نشم
سلام
کولای
چوب بر
بچ باغبان سمدا
آماده صحیح معمار
تیار زما آماده انجامش میتم سازنده
آری حمله سلام آری کنم حمله
Yes.
چوب بر
زوز کشم آماده ام
آری
آماده هستم
آری معمار
بس کوام بری جنگ ز سم کو زما سم بری صد ز کوام ز کوام ز سم زما جنگ سم کو زم سم ز کو بری جنگ بری تایس کو ز سم ز کو سماد ز سماد کو ز سم کو زما جنگ جگړه پل هو ز کو جبری صد جنگ
Yes.
That makes me your daddy.
Unja phezu kwakho.
Kulungi ngempela ngempela.
Ngikulunge ngiyahamba ukuhlasela.
Bayede. Ayivive. Uzokwenza ayivive. Bayede ngempela. Uzokwenzani lapha? Ngempela.
Ufuna ngiyakha.
Ngiyavuma. Kulungile. Khuluma. Kulungile. Musukanga.
Ufunani ukuhlasheka
Ukuhlasela. Ngikulungele. Akha.
Baye khulu ngiyavuma. Ngempela. Ngiyavuma. Uzokwenza ngiyavuma. Ngempela ngiyavuma. Khuluma. Kulungile. Kulungile ngiyavuma. Ngempela kulungile. Kulungile.
ufunani ukuhlasheka
Bayet ngiyavuma. Ngempela kulungile. Ngiyavuma. Ngempela ngiyavuma. Kulungile.
Ngiyahamba.
Uzo ngembe musukanga. Khuluma. Ayivive. Uzokwenzani lapha? Bayede. Ngiyavuma. Ngiyavuma. Ngempela. Kulungile. Uzokwenza ngiyavuma. Kulungile. ngiyavuma. Kulungile.
ugaloki akha
Kulungile. Ngiyavuma. Ngempela. Kulungile. Ngiyavuma. Kulungile. Ngiyavuma. Ngempela. Ngiyavuma. Kulungile. Ngiyavuma. Kulungile. Ngempela. Ngiyavuma. Kulungile. Kulungile. Kulungile. Ngempela.
ngeya akha isigodo ufuna nezokwenza ngingazi ukuhlasela ufuna ngeyahamba ngikulume ufunani ufunani ugaloki ngeyahamba ukuhlasela
Yes.
ufunani ngizohlasela ukubiza ufunani ngingaziza ufunani ngikulumele
Usuganga.
ngingaziza
Kulungile. Ayivive.
ufuna ugaloki nezokwenza
Uzokwenza. Kulungile. Bayede.
ngeyahamba ugaloki ukubiza ufunani
Amabutho ami ahlulile. Kanti
ugaloki
nami ngiwenzele phansi.
ukuhlasela
Ufuna nezokuwenza.
nezokwenza ngeyahamba nezokwenza ukubiza ngikulunge ngiyahamba ufunani ngiyahamba
Executions must double if you want to emerge victorious.
Something's coming.
Make yourself.
Jedi is skywalking over the competition.
Hit him!
expecting today will be these stacks of bodies Dooku's reign of terror has left behind. My maker used to say, nothing warms these sensors like a fatal blow to the heart in a lonely ice tunnel. Death makes me sentimental sometimes.
Moves fast.
That Jedi is skywalking over the competition. The Raging Ren is on a Kylo spree. Trandoshan Thunder from Bosk. Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage. The Raging Ren is on a Kylo spree. novel if you want to emerge victorious. The Raging Ren is on a Kylo spree. That Jedi is skywalking over the competition.
There is no chaos, there is honor.
Tatooine's favorite son saves the day. The Force will be with Luke Skywalker. Always. The Force has already abandoned the galaxy's defenders. The Geonosians have a saying. Too bad I don't speak Geonosian, but it definitely doesn't sound like good news for our combatants. domination continues. Villainy carves a path toward victory. The dark side continues to eclipse the light. determination is not as complete as you think. Still halfway to go.
Boba Fett is here. There must be a bounty on all of us. How many arms does Grievous need?
carves a path toward victory. Evil slithers past our heroes. Domination by the light side. The nice guys aren't finishing last this time. A historic game by the masters of cruelty. Witness the power of the dark side. Competition.
Totally bounty hunters.
Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage. Chosen one, countless victims. That Jedi is skywalking over the competition.
better than that.
Enemy numbers still need to be reduced by half. That Jedi is skywalking over the competition. Over the competition. welcome the galaxy's greatest heroes, deadliest villains, and cockiest self-promoters in an epic battle for your fickle attentions. Down and dirty tactics pay off for the dark side. Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
You will surrender at once.
Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
Crooked soldiers. You're awfully confident. Bad idea.
The Emperor of Extermination strikes again.
Going in. Shield up. Should buy some time.
talk, but later.
Senator Palpatine, the self-proclaimed Emperor.
More doomed soldiers.
Higher the... Higher Organa of Alderaan. You made your choices. That'll keep them back. Sith apprentice. You won't get sympathy from me. I hope they paid you well.
Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage. You are midway to power and glory.
You're getting the hang of it. Hey, leave some for the rest of us.
A fate worse than disintegration for the heroes. Emperor of Extermination strikes again. Only counting today will be these stacks of bodies Dooku's reign of terror has left behind. So begins the death of the light. The galaxy rejoices. Never before have we seen such an all-star cast of great heroes and vile villains joined together in this, the universe's ultimate showdown. Heroes winning is becoming a stereotype. Who knew heroes could be so ruthless? The dark side continues to eclipse the light. A historic game by the Masters of Cruelty. For one, for the good guys. killing spree continues. The pacifists are crushing the competition. Domination by the light side. Witness the power of the dark side. Heroes winning is becoming a stereotype. The dark side continues to eclipse the light. Oh no, hero could be so ruthless. Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage. The Emperor of Extermination strikes again. Increase fatality reduction by 50% to achieve victory. Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
Now it ends.
A fate worse than disintegration for the heroes. reign of terror has left behind. Destiny proves no match for the villains daring to challenge the legendary Anakin Skywalker. A hero's death for our first hero. Greetings from the world of great temples and even greater chaos, where bitter rivals will claw at each other despite the serene beauty of the forest. The villainous killing spree continues. Organa's filling the garbage chute. The dark side continues to eclipse the light. way off for the dark side. The less evil team takes the lead. Witness the power of the dark side. The pacifists are crushing the competition. A historic game by the masters of cruelty. Score 1 for the good guys. Evil slithers past our heroes.
Whose side are you on?
Good gruesomely triumphs over evil. The villainous killing spree continues. Witness the power of the dark side.
Their desperation. You die nobly. Join me, young Skywalker.
Villainy steals the lead. Villainy carves a path toward victory.
How terrible.
captured screaming, "You're in luck." Watch as a royal assortment of celebrities fight for fame, fortune, and kill streaks. Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
One lightsaber and I'll start to do that.
Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
Dark side consumes.
I'm glad to see you're enjoying yourselves. Lost too much time.
Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage. The Emperor of Extermination strikes again. More termination until flattery commences.
One thing that's important, bounty hunter.
Destruction will doom you.
Expect worse than disintegration for the heroes.
Witness my glory. Farewell.
Master Wind.
The heroes can't stop the ball streak.
I sense them here.
Chosen one, countless victims.
Decimate.
Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage. Trandoshan thunder from Boss.
Did you think me helpless?
Hyper slays the competition. Empire's reign of terror has left behind. The dark side takes their first casualty in record time. The mightiest warriors of the universe meet on the battlefront to decide once and for all who shall rule the galaxy.
Or run. There is no escape. Laissez them. This is all important.
Villainy steals the lead.
Serve your purpose. Attack. I am sorry.
A historic game by the masters of cruelty.
You cannot imagine my power. Launch the assault. Fight with my blessing. Fight me. Violence is imminent. Come, my troops! Your empire needs you!
The heroes can't stop the ball streak. Execution must double if you want to emerge victorious.
Witness my glory.
Alright, I'm probably leaving it now. I gotta go take care of some work stuff. You see, when I was shoveling out there, I forgot to fill out one of my timesheet thingies that I have to do for before Thursday morning, so I'm gonna have to do that now. Anyways, thank you for coming today. We did all sorts of good Wars of Liberty casting. We played some Walero games. We even witnessed Crispy leaving and rage quitting out of an HVV Chaos match. Good stuff. So, yeah, sign off now. See you all next time.